guys, so we have the official TV table going to start the streaming. So short information about stream. First of all, I need your phones. You can also listening to music. Sorry, sir.
GTO listening, not music.
So you can't use it.
Welcome everyone to the final of the EPC main event here in Banco Casino. It's a noisy casino, lots of people following their friends on this final table of 8. Final instructions being given. Here we can see on our screens the payouts, really good payouts. 81,000 euro for first place. We had a fantastic turnout here, smashed the guarantee, and some 480,000 prize pool. Finally, first one out, a very respectable 9,245 euros. Usually end up with a deal in these tournaments. The last 2 or 3 making a deal. They do have to keep 10% left for the winner, and of course the fabulous trophy. My name is JJ Hazan. It's lovely to be with you. We have a great mix of players on the table, although the majority are Greek. So we have 3 Greek players, 1 Cypriot, that kind of counts as Greek. We have an Albanian, very unusual, not seen many Albanians here. We have an Englishman who is a friend of mine, so I will try and of course be extra nasty to him. A Hungarian, always have a Hungarian. And our chip leader is Andre in seat 6, and he is from the Czech Republic. Many Czech Republic winners. Our last tournament here had a Czech Republic winner. Dealer's just getting in place. We will see all the cards from the beginning of this final table, and please update the stream on Banco Casino website or YouTube on the Banco Casino channel. Please comment, ask any questions you want, make any comments you want, even ones that are rude. I don't mind, I'm a big boy. Here we go in our first hand. So Steve in seat 5, making a sensible fold. Our big chip leader, Andre, deciding to fold a very playable Queen 10 suited. No, he doesn't, he's raised, quite right too. Chip lead, Queen 10 suited, any position. Give it some welly. We have seat 2 though. One of our lowest stacks, folding the ace-8. But seat 3 is going to play. We've got a short stack with ace-king, and he is all in for sure. First hand, see an ace-king, got a short stack. Let's get it in. Now it's a tricky spot. 2 million to call for our chip leader. And looks like we have a call. So Queen 10 fairly live, not a lot in it, 45%. First hand, full of action. Do we see a short stack double up, or do we see our chip leader increase his lead? Once he's put chips in, he really has to call. No help there. 2 cards to go. He's down to 30%. Just for Queen or 10, 6 outs. And we double up our first hand. So, well played Nikolaos from Greece. Started the final table with 10 million and now has just over 20 million. Picks up the big blind as well. So a good start for our short stack. In one hand, he's moved up to second place. It wasn't really a short stack. I apologise, he was a short stack. 2.25 million, he's doubled up to 5. He's still towards the bottom end. Was reading the wrong player there. On to our second hand. Playable ace jack. Sees a raise from seat 7. Yakovos from Greece. So far no one's got anything to defend with. Round to the blinds. Oh, Steve has got a pair of 8s. He did shove earlier with a pair of 9s and knocked out a player with ace jack. We're in the last 16, but he's out of position here. Just takes a flop. It's a good flop for a pair of 8s, especially if you put your player on a big ace. I think we're seeing some check calling here. He's not an easy player to bluff. C-bet of 375k. An easy call at this point. Yakovos has to be careful, giving a straight draw as well as the pair of 8s for Steve. 5.3 million behind and a sensible check. I think he would have got in trouble. Full house for Steve. How's he going to play it? He has to bet something and hope that his opposition has caught something. We know he hasn't, but just a small, not too big, not too big. I think that's too big there for a value bet of 750k. Will Yakovos try and take this down with a raise? A lot of hands out there beating him. Can't think his ace jack is good. Wow. Measuring out a call. This will be more than a hero call in my book. I mean, what hand is he putting Steve on? Called a raise. So he's not got ace king or ace queen. It'd have been raising. So what is he beating? Yeah, that's a sensible option. I think it was just a bit of show, try and get reaction from his opponent, and sensible fold there, especially having checked the turn. A nice little pick up for Steve with the 8s. So we're going to fold round to the button. Eight, 9 offsuit on the button, making him in raise. This is our Hungarian player, David. And gets it through. So little pick up there. May not be a premium hand, but he had position and the blinds had no hands to fight back. Decent pick up there for David Cosma, our Hungarian friend in seat 4. blinds are 100, 200. So no one in massive trouble. I think the lowest, except for seat 1, Demos, our Cypriot friend. Here's a pair of queens for Nikolaos in seat 8. Again, following the kind of min raise. Does tend to be patterns in these final tables. People tend to follow the amount of a raise. I always notice when they don't. Just does seem to be a pattern. Looks like he's got a call from a pair of 7s. Value here on the button with ace-6 suited. May not like the 6, but it is a suited ace. So I think makes sense to call. And our chip leader in seat 6 with an ace-8 offsuit. $1.8 million. Wow. It's going to get a bit of a surprise when it comes round to seat 8. A very aggressive re-raise with a bad ace. Going to make most hands fold though, but not the queens. I think that graphic is wrong. He hasn't got 610k. He has about 10 million. So it's not all into call. Bit of a mistake in the graphics. And all in announced. We'll see that that's about 10 million. And I can't see our chip leader, Andre, in seat 6, calling this when it comes around. No. That fell nicely into his lap. Poorly timed raise. I like the aggression. I like the attitude. But he has to remember, he already has most of the chips on this table. He doesn't need to make those kind of moves against 5 players. Someone is going to have a hand. So worth getting it in with. So already lost a couple of pots by being a bit over aggressive, I would say. Not seen him play so far. Wasn't watching any of the previous tables. I can only go on what I'm seeing so far. But he just needs to use his stack effectively, I would say, and not just any old point aggressively. Here's our short stack. Demos from Cyprus. More hair under his chin than on his head. He's making the all-in move with his 1.8 million. Got a very playable ace-jack. May get a call from the 7s, but it is nearly half his stack. Half to a third of his stack. If he does want to play it, he should be shoving here to try and protect. That's a count. Vague wave of the hand. Helps just to tell the tuner what you want. Does have 4 or 5 players behind him, and that's the problem there, is the position. If he's in late position, he can make that call or raise. But our chip leader has ace-king. This is where you use your stack. And he shoves all in just to protect his hand. Be very unlucky if he loses this one. Short stack with ace-jack. Chip leader with ace-king. 7s folded in seat 3. But he would have had to call all in if he had called the 1.8 million. And there's the 7. So he would have hit a set of 7s. Could have tripped, doubled up. Well, look, he's looking very disconsolate, sharing with his partner that he would have won this pot. Only a jack for our short stack, or we will lose our 9th place finisher, Demos. And we do indeed lose Demos. Picks up €9,245. our Cypriot finalists. Got some friends, quite a few Greek and Cypriot players came over for this one. I think there are some online Greek sites that brought us through. And here we see our chip leader has increased his lead, 28 million. Then a couple on 8, Steve on 7, couple nicely safe on over 20 big blinds, and we now have a new short stack, which is Nikolaos, only 1.2 million. Again, I don't think that's right. I'll see if I can get the boys to check graphics. Steve with another pair of 8s again. Seems to be collecting 8s for a living. Been raised to 800. Chip leaders out the way, that's the good news. See, 2 Queen 7 suited on the big blind. Got value to call. Doesn't want to get too cute here out of position. So we've got a Queen 7 suited against a pair of 8s. Heads up, 1.1 million in the pot. Good flop for a pair of 8s. Can't be worried too much about suited connectors out there. Backdoor straight for Maxi. Sinani from Albania in seat 2. Is he going to try and make a play at this on the basis he puts his opposition on a kind of big ace? We know he's got a pair and we know he's going to get it returned right up him, as we say. Don't know whether Steve wants to call and represent his pair. If he thinks he's up against 2 overcards, he really should be raising to take it down now. Looks like he is. Looks like 800. It should close this hand off, but I do not know Mr. Sinani's poker character. Yeah, sensible fold, good play, good attempt by Maxi to take the pot down, and if his oppo's got an ace jack, ace 10, that kind of hand, he may have, but Steve had a nice overpair and raised well to take it down. I'll check chip leader getting busy again in the hijack, raising with Queen 9.
Otan archivi online.
Θέλω να μου πεις εκεί που μου λίνταρε στο River τι είχε. Την πρώτη είχα ανοίξει εγώ στο Βαλέ.
Maxi called, but the ace-10 has hit second pair. He's only losing to a king. Yeah, nice check there. So far, chip leader's certainly been aggressive on this table. Andre, don't think he's going to slow down now. He's got a gut shot. If he's studied GTO, he will be betting the gut shot. A very strong bet. More than half the pot. How's Maxi going to play it? If he thinks he's winning, he may want to get it in now. Doesn't want to let any kind of draw there. Queen, Jack, clubs, all possible drawing hands. If he thinks he's winning and is confident. Oh dear. That's only losing really to ace king, possibly king queen. Likely hands in Andre's range. We know he's been playing quite a wide range, but obviously Maxi does not know that. We have the advantage of seeing all the cards. It's much easier from here, I promise you. We have nearly 250 following us on YouTube. Very, very welcome to all of you. I'm sure you're all from around Europe. And chip leader again blessed, this time with a proper raising hand. Ace queen suited. He's been and put maximum pressure on every single player. I think we've seen his clear strategy. Doesn't really matter what cards he's got. Queen 9, ace queen, doesn't matter. He's going to be raising most hands. I'm not worried too much about his position. He's just using his stack. Very effective way on the final table. If you've got an advantage in some way or other, use it. I think this is our first small blind, big blind action. Measuring up a little raise to find out where he is. It's quite a big raise. And very good read there. Felt weakness on his right. And a great raise there by Steve with the 4-7. He wasn't playing his hand, obviously. Just felt it was a weak call by the small blind. Punished him for it. Well played.
Το σύστημα Σταυρός παίξε,
Our tournament director Suze has left us, moving away from poker entirely, but our team is still in place. An excellent tournament team, and they can handle these kind of events. 1,500 players, 470, 80,000 euros in the prize pool, no problem. Great structures, great value here at Banco Casino. And following this will be the flagship Banco Masters. 250,000 guaranteed for only 170 euro buy-in. And each one of these players, in fact all the final 16, have one seat for that tournament as part of their winnings. King Jack against 7-5, a gut shot for the 7-5. Both with similar stacks. Nicholas not going anywhere though. We've got Greek on Greek action here at Banco Casino. Don't know if they know each other. King Jack of diamonds with a flush draw, 7-5 with a gut shot. Both checking. Seven's got there. And we'll take this down. Nicholas giving him a dirty look. How can you play that hand? And then how can you hit? I think they do know each other. That was a dirty look. That was, are you serious? I followed King Queen earlier and then placed King Jack. There you go. So we have, I think the graphics have now been adjusted and we can see that Nicholas in seat 8 has 11 million, not and 43 big blinds, not 6 big blinds. So thank you guys for adjusting that. Second big hand here for our player in seat 3, Andreas. Still fairly short stacked. He did double up with one earlier, but he's back down to 4.5 million. Blinds are 100, 250. Well, I think we're going to see some action here from Steve with the ace queen. In position compared to the jacks, but he may want to put maximum pressure on. Just a raise. But he's committed with this raise, especially against a player with 3.6 million behind. And we are going to see a heads-up battle for quite a big pot here. All in and called, 9.5 million in the pot. Jacks against ace queen. So Steve could lose 2/3 of his stack if Andreas holds. Needs to see an ace or a queen. There's the ace. Not a good card for the jacks. He could lose our 7th place finisher. 2 jacks in the pack. Good luck, ace is announced. And our Greek player who doubled up earlier was one of our short stacks. Goes to the rail and picks up a very handsome 13.37, 13,370 euros. And we have 6 players left at the final
Δεν ανοίγει
table of
4
the
επίτες, δεν
EPC
άλλαζε ένα
here at
θέμα
Banco
2 μοίρες.
Casino
Και τα
in
βάζει όλες και εκεί,
Bratislava.
τα βάζει live.
Lots of you
Κάνε ρε.
online with us on YouTube and through the Banco Casino website. Do make comments. I will try and respond. Although if you write them in Greek, as Antonis has done,
Έχω πάνω κάτω
I
έχω ρε.
can't. My Greek really is bad. 2 words, that's it. Thank you and
Τσέκαρα
please.
ρε.
That's all I know in Greek.
Τι
And
του
one
έριξα.
root word.
Δεν βάλαμε σπάκια. Α, τι έγινε λε. Τι έγινε. Πάνω κάτω στο φλοπ. Δεν θα παίζα μεγαλύτερη. Απλά πάνω κάτω εκεί ρε φίλε, ξέρω ότι αυτά είναι δικά μου. Μου κάνουν και επαφές πάνω κάτω, δεν έχεις να με ρίξεις.
Steve with a suited ace under the gun. Got a decent table image with the hands that people have seen so far. They've either seen pairs or big aces. Yakovos wants to... Oh, okay. Got a pensive look on his face. There's lots of posturing. Gets the chips out, tries to get a reaction, and then folds. Nice little pick up there, and Steve's up to over 14 million now. Started on 6.25 million, so he is has the most increase on the table so far. There's the Banco Masters coming up next month. Fantastic event for Hold'em players. Chip leader raising under the gun with a suited ace. Using his stack again. But he's going to find Maxi short stacked on 3.4 million. 14 big blinds. We're going to go all in here with tens. An ace 2, one of the worst hands in poker. Really can't call. See what he does, but it would be adventurous to say the least. An immediate fold. So a little pick up there from Maxi with the tens. And he's still fairly short stacked on 17 big blinds. Although I think he's slightly more than that now. Everyone else fairly safe on 36 and above. Some of those players getting closer to our chip leader though. 27 million was about what he started with, and we've now got 2 players on 13 and 2 on 10. So one big hand and our chip lead could change. Nice ace king here for Yakovos in seat 7. Min raises to 500. Does David want to playing his interesting hand, King 10 suited. That takes the better option of folding. Early raise, and he's showing the ace king. Steve probably very glad he folded that once he saw it. There we got another one up on our screen, guys. Oh, all the way in June. Amazing value though, €199 buy-in for a 250,000 guaranteed tournament. The Scandinavian Open Poker. We have Norwegians, we have Danish, we have Swedish, all the Scandies you can eat coming over to play in Banco. And when you consider that beer here in Bratislava is €2 a pint as opposed to about €10 in Norway, you can see why they're attracted to come down here. Just had the Norwegian Championships for the last 2 weeks here in Bratislava. I played the mixed events, cashed in the 10 game and the dealer's choice. Lots of fun and lots of drinking was had by especially the Norwegians. But here we are at the European. Starting to raise with the King 2 by the look of it. Is that just a call? No, it's a big raise. Now we've got small blind and big blind. And even though he may know he's being bullied, it's very hard to fight back with 3-4 suited. He's right, his instincts are, I'm being bullied. You can see it in his body language, but very hard to defend with 4-3. Steve raising with the Queen 10 suited, but Yakovos as a pair of 10s will be fighting back with this one. Couldn't fight back with a 3-4 suited against the chip leader, and I can see a 3-bet coming in here. Just working out how much. Probably going to be over $1 million. I think 1.2, 1.3 million, maybe even 1.5. 1.5 it is. Nice strong re-raise. I think Steve may well have to fold his Queen 10 suited here. $1 million to call into 2.5. Not getting great odds, and he's up against a pair that is not good for him. Needs to hit hearts or a queen. Not that he knows that, but just on the raise, I can't think him carrying on. No. David Cosmo in seat 4, not had any hands at all, really. Hasn't got into this final yet. Just not been able to make any moves. Small pair for our chip leader. Certainly encourage the raise. Jakubas not enjoying our chip leader on his right. Ace 10. It's a possible push here. ICM will probably have him raise, but really all three options available here. He could call and peel a flop. And he has done. He's out of position, that's the only issue here. But he has hit his ace. Is he going to check? Check call, probably. He knows how aggressive Andre, our chip leader, is. Oh. We're going to see some poker smarts. We are. Well done, Andre. Nice follow check behind. Oh! I thought that was a four for a minute. I'm too excited. So it's still behind the ace 10. I think a little bet here by Maxi, although he won't like a raise if he comes up against one. But yeah, a sensible bet, 800. I think Andre probably knows the only way he can win this is by bluffing. He's certainly got the stack to do it, but has he got the chutzpah, as people say? I hope he's calling to make some kind of move on the river. Can't see Maxi folding with just about the same amount as the pot. All in announced. We're going to see a bit of Hollywood from Andre before he folds. Can't call this with a pair of fours. Wow. Okay. Did make a call with a pair of fours. And Maxi very surprised. Oh, don't be surprised, mate. Just count your chips. Be very grateful that the chip leader has put you on a bluff there and called with an underpair to the board. That was a strange play. Yeah. Did advise earlier that he did not need to waste his chips, Andre, and I think that was a real waste. It just didn't look like a bluff. He's called twice and then pushed on the end. He must think he's ahead. If he thinks he's ahead, he'll be ahead of fours. leader raises under the gun with ace-8, called by Steve with queen-10. Definitely be a c-bet here. So, decent turn for an ace. And you're really going to be losing to other pairs. And looks like, ooh, big bet coming in. Looks like 1.1 million and takes it down. Well played.
Now we are guaranteed about 40 to 55 each of us if we consider a deal. I don't know if you are thinking of it, but we may talk it. You don't deal? No. What?
Short conversation.
Yeah, I just, because it's over third position only.
No problem asking.
That's why I asked. Δεν προσπάθησε. Δεν θέλουμε deal. 42.000 παίζουν τώρα. Παίρναμε 42 τώρα καθένας.
Ναι.
Ναι. Ο συγκεκριμένος που δεν ήθελε και μικρός. Τι παίρνει. Γιατί παίζω για τελευταίο.
This is definitely a raising hand for our chip leader, Andre. David, first hand he's played, but not getting any respect from gut shot. Now got a gut shot himself with a 9. David, can he bet the chip leader off this? Or is he going to close down now? King 8 of hearts, 2 hearts as well as the gut shot. Can't see our chip leader going anywhere on this. Strong bet, very strong, 1.5 million. That turn has improved Andre's hand. I think he's shoving. Wow. Shoving an immediate fold. Very nice play, Andre. Very aggressive, positive poker. It's the first hand that David played. You should get some respect, but got absolutely none. There you go. There's poker for you. Wow. Ace Queen doing all the work here at the moment. It's David again, trying to win a pot. This time he has a good hand, but not with this flop. And I'm sure we will see a check call here with the 3. Yakovos should take this down. I'll see a crying call. We'll see him pick up this with the 4-3. Missed his flush, but hit his 3. And poor old David from Hungary is not enjoying this final table so far. Hardly had a hand, and the hand he's had is being beaten by hands like 4-3. Queen 8 suited. Raise-worthy hand with our chip leader stack. Couple of Novibet players here. I think Novibet is a Greek online platform. And the Queen 4 is calling from the big blind. Good flop for Queen 8 suited. Gut shot and a flush draw. So we know Andre's going nowhere again. Certainly going to be betting this. Probably 500-600. 700's the bet. And can do nothing with Queen 4 off suit. There are Cowboys for seat 8, one of our shorter stacks. With the 997 on board, got the overpair. Checking this, looking at a check call, I think, against David. That's a pretty good card for jacks, but it has made a flush, 3 spades. Gonna bet it anyway. Got the so David had nothing to call with. Easy hand in the end. Nice hand for Steve. Ace king suited, raised. And David, 4-2 suited in the big blind. And he wants to have a look. He doesn't want to be pushing here. 10-9-4. That's not flush for Steve, but a pair of fours for David. Could see some action here. He may go for it. Just a call. He's still in the lead with a pair of fours. How is Steve going to play this? He's got the gut shot, he's got the ace king, and he's got the diamonds. Not quite favourite, but not far off. 42%. The four is leading. So Steve taking 4-2, two pairs. David is going nowhere. Should be betting this really. About $1 million. Try and get some value from his hidden two pairs. Of course, there is a straight on board, a king jack or a jack 8 to make straights. Possibly two pairs with queen 9, queen 10. So, well, I think the way the hand's been played, he's got to feel he's ahead. I think Steve wants to be doing too many hero calls here. He's losing to kind of any random hand, really. Any random hand is going to contain one of these cards. The only hand he's losing to that makes any sense is ace jack. And you can pretty well polarize the hands he's beating, and they are few and far between. Random hands like king 7, king 8. Yeah, I think that's a sensible play. And David picked. One of the comments from a mutual friend of Steve's is that he should have put him all in on the turn. I agree with that. I'm pretty sure he would have taken it down, and if he didn't, he had to draw. So I think that was played fairly passively. First hand that he hasn't played as well as he could have. Calling the raise with a big blind. Ace 5-4. Gut shot draw for our Greek friend. That's it. We don't know what Steve has. The way he's calling, I'm going to guess he's got a medium ace. Two spades though, as well as the gut shot now for Yakovos in seat 7, making a big bet. And that has on the hand, so Steve didn't have an ace. Didn't even think about it, just folded. Nice play by Yakovos. David raising with a pair of twos on the button. Steve with a very playable Jack 10. I think he's really raising. 3-bet to 1 million. Good pressure on the twos. David now under a difficult decision. Does he go with his twos? Certainly we shouldn't be calling here. So I think he's got two plays, fold or shove. Steve's just lost quite a lot to him and to another player. Just calling. I don't like this out of position. He literally is calling. Sorry, he's in position, but he's calling to hit a 2. He hasn't hit a 2, but it's also not that dangerous a board. Could take it down here with a good bet. If you get to a final table and there's a lot of money at stake, you sometimes have to take risks. Steve's picked up a gut shot with the Jack 10, so he's got about 20-25% equity against the underpair of David. Playing it very passively though. The only way he's going to win it is by betting. Has to be enough though. 700 enough. Representing a straight, representing an ace-6 or possibly a king as well. Although he checked the turn. Now, how is David feeling? Very tough spot with an underpair. Only beating a bluff, which of course we know it is, but more difficult from David's point of view. Yep, well played. Got that one through. Nicely weighted bet, looked like a value bet, and he made the winning hand fold. So Steve getting a bit of confidence back after making some passive choices with his ace king of diamonds, especially when he hit a flush draw on the turn. I think that was his opportunity to play it strong, and he chose to check it down. Steve seems to be either having hands he needs to play, like pairs of 8s and stuff, or getting aces on the button. And I think he's going to get this one through. Can't see Yakovos defending a Jack 2. But he doesn't like being bullied. He's already been bullied enough by our chip leader. Likes to take his time, bit of posing. Like he's got a difficult decision, which of course he didn't. Pair of 7s for our Albanian friend in seat 2 under the gun. raises to 525, so just over the 2x. Andre doesn't like folding these kind of hands, but decides, I think, wisely to fold an ace-3. Earlier on, I think he'd have called with that. But he has lost a few chips by being a bit too loose with his stack.
Water, please. Still water.
Beer.
Looks like he's measuring how to raise, and he's done this before. Measures it out and then either folds. Another player behind him, Nicolas, in seat 8. Doesn't look that interested though. I think Jakovos in seat 7 likes a bit of TV time. Obviously got his mum and his grandmother back in Greece watching. And a call on the big blind with the 8-5 offsuit. And he's hit his 8 and is in the lead. How will Maxi place this? Play the 7, so it's been check. Sorry, just a check on the big blind. He won't be folding second pair though. Maxi coming in with a 500 plus bet. Sorry, 1.1 million. Very strong bet into 1.4. Looks like it's a min raise to 2.2. Now Maxi's in the, no, it's just a call. Another bad card for 7s. Maxi's going to have to put another strong barrel in to have a chance of taking this down. It's also not a good card for the 8. Now, an ace is a card he can represent, having raised pre-flop. He must know he's behind. I suppose there's some draws that haven't hit, but 7-9 hit, the 9 jack hit a jack. He's going to make a strong play here. Looks like 2.5 million, is it? Into 3.6. Wow, now what does Nicolas do? He folds. Very good play. First bit of strong poker by Maxi that we've seen. Well played, sir. Nice ace king this time for David under the gun. Raises to 600, so a little bit more than the usual 525, 550 that we've seen. And we've got 2 ace kings in the think we'll see a raise here. All in indeed. All in called. Wow, we've also got nines. This could be a very, very big pot. Both ace kings are going to be in. Is Maxi coming in with the nines, and can he treble up? Well, won't treble up. He'll certainly double up if he wins the pot. Tricky spot.
8,950,000.
Covers the 8.1 million of Nicolas. Just doing a little count. Nines folding, and when he sees both those kings, he's not going to be too happy.
Πού σου γάμι μπροστά είμαι.
Τι έχει μέσα.
Yeah, Maxi now sees both players with ace king. Maxi's nine's even stronger.
Spade club.
6-7 έχω σπαθιάρα.
So we've got both
Ace king.
black suited cards. Clubs for David, spades for Nicolas.
Helpful.
Όχι φέρε μου τα λεφτά.
Two clubs. Nines would be a long way ahead at the moment.
6-7 είχαν σπαθιάρα.
And he would have won the pot had he just been a bit braver. There you go. Very tricky spot there. Getting it all in with nines against the all in is not an easy play.
Αυτό δεν πάω ποτέ. Ούτε με όπλο. Με νοιάζει βάλει τα πάνω.
Αυτό φοβάμαι, φίλε, εκεί.
Το λιγότερο που θα δείξει είναι σωρίγα, να ξέρεις πάντως. Καμιά φορά θα δείξει και βαλέδες. Ρε μαλάκα, πες μου να πατήσω ένα κουμπάκι να το σκόψω και το...
Άκου, ήμουν πολύ κοντά, αλλά ρε φίλε είναι 9 μοίρια που έχεις.
Πολλά.
Άμα χάσω και...
Φοβήθηκες και το προηγούμενο εκείνο εκεί. Λες τώρα.
Και λίγο μου κάνει καμιά έκπληξη ο άνθρωπος.
Μια πάλι.
Όχι. Τέλος πάντων.
This time the nines have moved around the table, but Steve's able to raise with them.
Πατάει και ο Τζέικ, το σκόβει.
So far, no one with anything to come back at him with. Around to the blinds. Only 6 players here. Small blind folds. One player to get through, and he will. Steve. Oh no, call with the Queen 5 suited. Okay. So David has hit his 5, could get in trouble.
Είχε και άσου σπαθί κίνητο, θα τα έπαιρνα όλο στο φλόπο αυτού. Θα πάρω και στο φλόπο, θα δούλα εγώ πρώτα, να άσου σπαθί δεν στείλει ποτέ.
May want to call this.
Καταλάβες, εγώ με το βαθύ και σπαθιά που να πάω, θα τα λεφτά θα δούλευα.
No, very disciplined fold there. Good stuff. All in with the Queen Jack of David. 10 suited, normally a very playable hand, but dominated by the Queen Jack. Does Steve want to make a stand? Giving him a good look. Certainly thinking about it. No, decides against it, and thankfully for his sake, the right decision. David pushing with a pair of threes. Good way of playing a small pair. Can only be called by about 5-6 hands. So an effective play there. Does seem to know what he's doing, this Hungarian. So played pretty well so far. And I think you can't blame him for winning a pot with the 4-2 when Steve didn't put enough pressure on him on the turn when he had the gut shot and the nut flush draw. Probably would have folded his one small pair, but doing well so far, holding his own, and started as one of the shorts. No, it was kind of a medium stack, but went down fairly quickly. Now getting very active. King 6 suited raises. Yakovos may actually want to see this flop with Queen 8 suited. See if he just calls rather than all the posturing that we've seen before. Thank you, sir. Does help all of us after wasting time. Pretty good flop for Queen 8 suited and an up and down for David. Is he looking to check raise this? Both checked. And the flush and the straight have been hit. David in real trouble. He's hit his straight. But a very disguised flush from Yakovos. He's bet it. And I think David may raise here. He may. I could see an all-in and a call. He's just calling. I don't think he's worried about the flush. I think he's trying to get maximum value. That's not a good card for Yakovos, who already had the flush. Yeah, that's really not a good card. It's taking all his action away. Old David there hits his straight. At least he didn't raise, so save some chips.
No discount.
David raising with the ace king. More TV time here for our Greek friend who folds. A more playable King 9 suited calls. Plays very well, King 9, especially if it's suited. One of those hands. Oh look, there's a king. I'll let David hang himself. Very nice, just calls. Doesn't want to lose his customer. And he's hit 2 pairs, although there is a flush and a flush draw. Needs to protect against the flush if he can, but has chosen to check. This will be interesting if he pushes now. You can ask, it's just measuring out a call. I hope he raises for his sake. A big raise, here we go. And now David, in a world of pain, has to fold. Doesn't even know if his flush draw would be good. Nice play there by Nicolas, picks up a very useful pot.
Έχει μείνει έτσι ακόμα. Του έδωσε ο βλάκας στα μπλένει. 3.
3 εκατομμύρια.
'King Queen offsuit in the hijack for Steve. Raises to 650. Nicolas with the inferior King 8 suited folds a small blind. Maxi in the big blind. Calls with an ace-6. He does hit his 6. $1.6 million. It's a pot bet with the top pair, top kicker. Got the backdoor flush as well, and he's not putting Steve on this kind of flop, which of course he hasn't got. So tough spot for Steve with the King Queen. It's the initial raiser, but we'll have to let this go. Got small blind and big blind. Maxi with a 10-8 raising. David, short stack on the table. Raises all in. Only has 2.9 million. Getting just over 2-1 to call. I feel he has to call having raised. Doesn't have to, of course, but and folds. Good play, David, with the right hand in the right spot.
Welcome back. We kinda missed you.
Chip leader with queens under the gun, hoping to get some action here. So far, no one has got a hand to call, and what a waste of a good hand. But there you go, six-handed, queen's very strong. He's still winning at the moment against the ace-8. Obviously not going to feel too confident with bottom pair. Nice feeling he has value with his ace, and we'll see the bad news.
Έπεσε 4. Όχι, το flop ήταν.
Ace-9 in good shape here against the Ace-4 of our chip leader. Both playing it very conservatively, very passively. We're going to see some kind of bluff by Andre. No, we are not. It should just check down. Oh, wow. Betting for value. Looks like he was called. Andre's called with ace-high twice now. Lost both. Now he has the chip stack, but it's a way of eating into it. Bit of a hole in his game, I would say. He's played very well so far, and obviously played extremely well and probably aggressively to start this final day as our chip leader. But he just has to be careful. Nice 3-bet here with the ace-jack. And the original raiser chip leader folds his ace-9 quite sensibly. This time Steve with the ace-queen raising to 650. Blinds have gone up to 150, 300, just over the min raise. And I think he's going to get some action from Jakobos, who does like a bit of action. Looks like he's re-raising. 1.8 million. How's Steve going to play this? He's out of position in the hijack. And a very strong play, all in, no nonsense, 10 million. And I think Jakobos is asking for a count, but I can't see him putting in 10 million with an ace-10. A rise smile, nice play by Steve there. Strong play with the ace-queen, especially against the two players on his left, I would say. Maybe not c8, might have to think more about that, but both the Czech and the Greek next to him, definitely capable of making raises and 3-bets without a lot.
Πήγε ένα 20 μοίρα. Τι? Είναι ακόμα 75. Σωστό θύμα. 6,5 άνοιξε.
Banco,
Είναι πολύ τίμιο, δεν παίζω α10.
Jericho. Four players. Два чек, 4 чек.
Τα ίδια όλοι. Ένα short.
6 bet, 650, 650.
Four to a flop. Ace, queen, 7. Set of 7s for seat 8. He has been very passive in how he plays, and I think he'll play this a little bit differently. Wow, it's a very big bet, but there's 3.4 million in the pot. And our chip leader, who has bet 650 into this. Could have slow played this a bit and got maximum value from Andre, who doesn't like folding, as we've seen earlier. Not sure how much Nicolaus has played poker, but I think he's missed an opportunity there with a disguised set. He wants the ace queen, he wants the ace king, even though he only had queen 9. Even if a queen hits, he's got a full house. So I think a missed opportunity to maximise his return there by Nicolaus. It's an error that less experienced players make, because the opportunities are actually few and far between where you can really make value from a pot, and that was definitely one, especially against an aggressive chip leader who's hit either the ace or queen for sure. But he missed an opportunity just to call there and let Andre hang himself. On to the next hand.
7 plus. 8 pas. No pas. 4 raise all. 5 plus. Sedem. 6 go. Check.
Straight draw for Steve
400.
against 2 overs with the flush draw. And it's not just quite a small bet.
Let's go.
That's not a good card for Steve. 2.5 million in the pot. A passive player against a more aggressive one. Usually it's the aggressive player that wins. Here he comes.
Just bet medium check.
Yep, and he has won this one.
9 blind ακριβώς έχει. Μου τα καρφώσει. Γιατί από άλλον προκοπή δεν βλέπω αγίδι.
Pair of eights. C8 raising, in raise to 600. David all in with the ace jack. I would think he's going to get called by eights. Can afford it, and he's already got chips in. ICM says he calls with this hand, and who's to argue with Mr. ICM? It's always tricky, eights, nines, but yeah, it is the right play. And David with his ace jack is at risk, finishing in 6th place for 17,000, nearly 18,000. Not exactly a bad payday. 3 days poker. But he's hit his ace. And looks like he will be doubling up unless the magic 8 comes. Going to a runner flush or an 8. Only an 8 now. An 8 from space. Oh! And the Greek support. Oh, wow, poor David. An 8 from space indeed arrived, as ordered. And we are down to 5 players. We've lost our 6th player. We'll be going into a break soon, for sure. David fought hard from a short stack and finishes and takes a very, very nice 17,945 euros back to Hungary. Only about an hour away or less, depending on where he lives, across the border. I think these 5 want to discuss a deal and they're asking for the clock to be paused, so we will probably go on a break and be back with you shortly. Just see if we, yeah, it makes sense to take a break now. It's just coming up in 5 minutes anyway. So we'll see you back in probably 10-15 minutes whilst these 5 discuss a possible deal. If they took an equal amount, which of course they won't because of the chip stacks, they'll do some kind of ICM deal. If they took equal amounts, they would get over 40,000 each, which is more than 3rd place. So, good amount in the pot, 200,000 in the pot, a bit more than that. They do have to keep 10% for the winner. So it's something like 220,000 left in the pot, and they'd have to leave 20. So we're going to go on a break, guys. See you on the other side.
Počnemo met dat break, ali počnemo?
akože... Desať, áno, 12, 15, 20. 24 950. Dva, štyri, šesť, osem, 9, 10, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 miliónov 650.
Nie chcę, nie na moje maci, kunia moje, kości, kunia moje.
Whisky συμβόλαια, διάλογο, συντόλι. Άσον, άσον. Δεν ξέρω τι σου. Γιώμας.
Okay guys, first of all we had to continue for 10% of the remaining prize money. In this case it's 22,000. Yes?
Yes.
Well, we can start from Maxi. Maxi, your stake is 8,275,000 and for you it comes as 33,900.
So the 5 players left have discussed a deal, but I believe no deal has actually been made at the moment. It's not really in the chip leader's interest to make a deal. Doesn't want to lose 25,000 from a potential 80,000, and he's got a big chip lead.
Is it?
So we're going to be back in the action any minute.
8.25.
Okay guys, so in that case,
Carry on. So can you move me to this? So we have more space. Can you move me to this square?
Όχι. Δεν δέχτηκε το παιδί. Θα παίξουμε και για άλλα 25. Δεν τα παίρνουμε όλα. Παίζουμε και για άλλα λεφτά.
We can stop touching.
Okay guys, so good luck.
Thank you.
600 baht.
650.
Yes. Awesome check. That's 500.
Back in the action. Flush draw. Raising. And Steve having to fold his a6. Good aggression there from c8, who missed an opportunity earlier with a pair of sevens when he hit a set against the chip leader. Raising on the button of Jack 6 suited, hoping no one has a hand. In fact, it was a call, I apologise. Just a call. 10-4 offsuit against Jack 6, neither player hit. But the aggressor takes it down. Chip leader under the gun, raising with King 8 suited. Min raised to 600. Could find some resistance here. Nicholas just electing to call with his King Jack. Well, remember, we're only 6-handed, so the value of hands do go up as we get nearer the heads up, if we do get there indeed. So even Steve has called with King 5, King 8 sit, King 5 sit, but King Jack has not. Could be trouble for Steve if he gets too busy with the 5. Top pair for our chip leader, Andrei Nekash from Czech Republic. I think Steve might get a bit sticky with this. Nope, decides against it and again makes a good decision. Hands now coming thick and fast with only 6 on the table. No break for anyone. Players, commentator, dealer, and indeed you guys following the stream. Any comments? Welcome. Not sure Greek cheater is a great comment. I'm not quite sure he's talking about, no idea. But don't need those in the comments particularly. There we go. Ace 10 on the button for Steve raising. Chip leader looks like he's coming back. No, just a call. King 10 suited. Plays well, but not particularly against Ace 10. And the 3-4 sensibly folds. Steve in the lead with his ace at the moment, but Andre has shown he's definitely the more aggressive player of the two. Interesting if a 9 comes on the river. No, I can't resist a bet. 800, Steve looking at him very suspiciously. And peels. Andre will have to be careful. Can't win every pot with aggression. The ace still holding. However, if Andre makes a very strong bet, it's a good bet. 16, half the pot. Steve has to back his feel here, and we'll show a very, very good play there. He's showing the table and the chip leader he can't be bossed about. And I think we are now going into an official break. Not quite sure why we didn't have it 5 minutes ago, but there you go. Welcome back, everyone, from that second short break. 5 players left here at Banco Casino. 220,000 still in the pool, and no deal has been made to my knowledge.
4 raise 9, 6
A pair of 7s there for Steve in the cut-off. Certainly get through the blinds looking at these hands. 9-8 making a loose call. Pair of 7s still leading, but Steve will probably be repping the king or the jack on this board. Unless he plays it passively again. No, that's good. Looking to c-bet this. Nicholas folds. Went by the book that hand. Well played, Steve. This time, an even better ace-10 suited. End of the gun. Blinds have gone up to 200, 400, so the raise has gone up. Now, how's Andre going to play his ace-6? Looks like he's going to play it aggressively. 2.5 million. Going to put Steve in a tricky spot with ace-10. We know he has the better hand, but it's not one necessarily to go to war with, especially against the chip leader. Let's see what he does.
4 raise all.
Wow, lovely move. All in 14 million. He's been picking up the signs from Andre that he loves to 3-bet pre-flop, and he's just going with his gut and raising all in. Fantastic play there by the English man against our chip leader from the Czech Republic. Just remind everyone that one of the Czech Republic players won the last big tournament here a couple of weeks ago for a very, very handsome return, similar to the first place in this one.
6 pas. Seven raise 850. 850.
Jakub Voss wants to get involved with his King-9 offsuit. Been itching to play a hand. Steve in the big blind with a perfectly respectable Queen-Jack. Calls. Gives him the look. Neither player has hit, top pair for Jakub Voss, the King-9. That's 550. And it's a good fold there by Steve. Jakub Voss not going to let top pair go there. Maxi counting out a raise with his queen jack on the button.
Dva rejs. 950. 4 pas.
What's that, 950? Oh dear. This time Andre has a proper hand.
6 rejs all in.
Raises all in, puts maximum pressure on Maxi. Very hard to call off your stacked queen jack offsuit. Does have 2 overcards, but he's not to know that. Be in a world of pain against many raising hands here. There's jack ace queen, even king queen. And once he works through this, we'll probably see a fold, which is against this stack and this player, probably the only real option with queen jack offsuit. We know he's flipping, but he doesn't. Like I said earlier, very easy from here. Not so easy when you've got the cards in front of you and you're under an all-in raise. Yeah, that's the only option really in that position. Serious ICM considerations, because the next payout is 22,520 and then another 5,000 on top for fourth, and then 10,000 difference between fourth and third, and then 18,000 difference second to third, and a whopping 28,000 difference between second and first. So these pay jumps are really important now. 22,500 for the next player, but 27,500 for our fourth place finisher. So every decision, especially for the short stack, is vital.
8 pas.
This is the kind of difficult suited ace hand. He's got 14 big blinds. Quite hard to raise fold. So,
All in.
yeah, your better option is all in or fold.
4 pas.
And he's going to be unlucky if someone looks him up behind. I don't think King 6 is going to. No, he gets that one through. Five-handed, very strong hand, king queen suited. Probably going to push as well. Could raise with this hand. It's a strong enough hand to raise with without putting all his chips in. But it's still a hard hand to call off his chips with. 1.1 million. Nicolas will not be calling with 8-6 offsuit. I said this last time and then he called. So, oh, I was right that time. Phew.
Όχι, είναι έξτρα ρε.
Четыре рейс. 900. 900. 6 pas. 7 call. 8 pas.
Steve raising with a less than premium Jack 9 suited, snapped by King Jack on the button. And now there's Maxi looking to make a play here. Nope, he is not. Would have been quite a good flop for ace 4.
4 check.
No, Kowalski's not going to let this one lie. He's in position. He's seen a check.
975.
Right, Steve must feel he's doing a lot of folding on this final table. Most of the folds have been good folds. And he was behind on that one as well. Ace Jack, pretty strong 5-handed. Chip leader Andrei Nekash from the Czech Republic raises to 800, min raise again. Steve going to be tempted by the ace 2. It's on the big blind. May want to see a flop.
Καριόλα θα γίνουμε μετά. Θα ξεφυλιστούμε. Θα σου πω, η δικιά μου έχει φύγει εδώ και 2 μέρες Αθήνα, να ξέρεις. Αστείο δεν έχουν τις γυναίκες πάνω.
2 checks.
Δεν θέλω.
Without Greek on the table.
Είναι και καπάλας, είναι και ντάμαρες εδώ, μην αγχώνεσαι. Και ο Μίτσος
Again,
που
check,
είχε
check.
την κουσία αρκούδα.
3 spades there. I don't know whether Steve will try and represent. No, he's got the ace, so just gonna check it down, and Andre will pick up a small but welcome pot.
Yo, beer. Yes. One. 5 beers.
King 10 has gone all in, and I can't see anything but a call here from Steve's queens. 6.6 million, it's half the stack.
6575.
Seems to be just taking his time and then pushing all in, which will take the big blind out.
Θα κούμπος άλλο με ρίγα 10. Ντάμες άλλους.
Unless he hits a 10, we are going to lose our 5th place finisher, Maxi Sinani from Albania, up against a superior hand. 3 kings in the deck, and there's one. Oh wow, that's pretty unlucky for Steve with the queens. Only 2 queens in the deck. taking it pretty well. The histrionics. And Maxi got very lucky there. And a welcome double up for him. Started in 5th place out of 8, so he's done well to be still here. Can he move up a place? And now Steve is our short stack on the table. So half his stack gone. And there's a advert for the Banco Masters coming up in mid-April. Fantastic value, €170 buy-in for a 250k guaranteed. Always good value here at Banco, and that's one of the best value tournaments in the whole of Europe. Don't forget, if you pay 6 hours cash within a 24-hour period, you get a free hotel room at the Crown Plaza. That's worth about €100. And here we've got Kings, also worth, at least €100. Raise here with Kings to 850. Oh, you could see a call here with the ace-5, and we are. So ace-5, Yakovos in seat 7 covers the Kings of Nikolaos. It's not a bad flop for Kings, and no clubs for Yakovos.
Τριπλό ενώ είχα φίλο, δεν έκανα μαλακίες. Αδριγάδες έδειξε, απλά εγώ είχα άσο 5 σπαθίες, δεν μπορώ να μην κάνω αυτό. Ούτε στο φλόπ θα πήγαινα πάσο, απλά στον Νίκο θα πάω πάσο στο φλόπ. Δεν πήγα σε αυτό το φλόπ, θα πάω πάσο. Άσο 5 μαύρα έχω, ρε, είσαι τρελός. Θα τα δει να παίξουμε τώρα, θα δει. Άσο. Δεν υπάρχει λόγος. Δεν δείχνει κανένα αυτό, ρε. Εντάξει, θα τα παίξουμε τώρα, τι να τον κυνηγήσω, να πέσει άσο ή να διπλώσει την ντάμα που εκεί μπορεί να χάνει και από την ντάμα.
This time the queens have moved around to seat 7. Can't see there being a call though. Oh well. Getting confidence, Maxi, since he beat queens with King 8, King 10. But obviously Jack 3, slightly different kettle of fish, and wastes everyone's time and folds.
Τα στάκ. 1-14, 2-7,5.
Pair of eights under the gun for our chip leader. This time Maxi with a proper raising hand, premium hand, ace queen suited, five-handed, really, really strong. He will be raising.
That's cool.
Let's hope a player behind him isn't too strong. Something like ace 9, ace 10 could get him in trouble, especially if it's Steve who's on the shorter stack. Queen 9. Not a good hand to call an ace queen with. And we do know Andre likes to see flops, but sensibly folds, so he gets it through. Now Steve's time to have a premium hand. He's got under 20 big blinds, got about 18 big blinds. So it's just a shove. Might get called by King Jack. Possibility, but sensible fold.
How much?
Oh,
7.
Yakovos. You really want to call with ace 8 offsuit? Or is it small posturing? Likes a bit of macho posturing, this guy.
How much?
6,975,000.
Call.
It's an interesting call.
Sorry.
And if he gets lucky here and hits an 8, we are going to lose Steve, our English player, last remaining English player in 5th place. He will, of course, pick up a very useful 22,500. But,
8 on the flop.
wow, 8 on the flop. Wow. Steve asking for his one time. Needs to hit a king.
6.
No, safe.
Oh, wow, this is bad play rewarded, unfortunately.
Hey!
And very sportsmanlike sportsmanship shown there by the Greek. I think he's going round to... No, he was just going to his fans to celebrate the lucky play. So poor old Steve, queens against king 10, ace king against ace 8, loses both. And we have our 5th place finisher. We have left with 4 players in the Euro Poker Championship. Over 1,500 runners, 480,000 in the prize pool. 4 players left. An Albanian, 2 Greeks, and Czech Republic. Always in the top 2, Czech Republic. It's only half an hour away. Not far at all. And of course, Slovakia was part of Czechoslovakia. Bit of history coming up here, guys. It's part of, and then it got split into 2 states, Czech Republic and Slovakia. And we are here in Bratislava, the very pretty city on the Danube, capital of Slovakia. Enjoying the hospitality of Banco Casino and the amazing value that we get here. And we've got 8-6, second pair against Queen 4. Quick bet, 2 pairs now. Yeah. Takes it down.
Έχω 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 23.
Εδώ 25-30. Είναι πολύ σκότεινο.
Χρειάζομαι λεφτά για αυτό το εντάξει, το κάνω για το μανέκα, όχι για την κουμπίδη. Μου βγαίνουν φίλοι, όταν την πήρα μου βγαίνουν φίλοι. Τι να κάνω, κάσε και άκου, κάσε και άκου. Λοιπόν, νούμερο 1,
Matchup leaders moved around to box 5, but I think we'll still see him as the 6th, box 6 when it comes up. We'll see. Got 2, 6, 7, and 8 in play. There's the Polish Poker Cup coming up at the end of May. Chip leader with a suited ace on the small blind will certainly has raised to 800. King 9 folds. So that was on the button, no, sorry. And now we've got a much stronger ace, and four-handed ace 10 is a strong hand. So whether seat 8, Nicholas from Greece knows that, I don't know. He's just calling. But he is in position. And he's hit top pair. And a backdoor flush. Sorry, he isn't in position. He's just checked the big blind. And now he has the nut flush draw with the top pair. Needs to be betting this. 1 million. Is Andre going to read weakness from the initial check and make a playback? Yes, he is. And a snap all in. Snap all in. And Andre folds quicker than he's ever folded in his life. Nicholas, no mucking about. You can usually tell when he has a hand, to be honest. He's not a very hard player to read. If he's got it, he just whacks it in. Simple but effective. If you remember about an hour ago, he was a player with a set of sevens and did not have the subtlety of game to outplay Andre. He just raised with it and could have made a big pot had he played them a bit cuter. But I think we can see that's not part of his game. That's fine. It works for him, and that's all that matters. That was fun. So ace 2 suited this time for our chip leader. Oh, also a pretty good hand, certainly be calling. Folds it again. He folded king queen earlier. Obviously, he just doesn't like it, but four-handed, it's a pretty strong hand. So I think he's making some basic errors on his hand choices and on getting value from pots. Even that pot, it's got nut flush draw with top pair. Doesn't have to shove all in against an aggressive player such as Andre, who's just going to bet it again, whatever happens. I mean, he was drawing dead. Well, there you go. Now hit a king on the end and betting it again. I think Andre will know that he's the kind of player that only bets when he's hit. Is Andre looking to make a play here? He is.
3.5.
Doesn't look like he's in the mood to be bullied. He's quite a strong Albanian. Not many Albanians I've met are easy to bully, but of course this is a poker table. But shaping up the call. So, I think Andre's thinking he gets that through if Maxi doesn't hit a king on the end, and he's probably right. But bad timing there from... I don't even know if he is chip leader anymore. He's giving away a lot of chips. And Maxi's benefited from a few of them.
Έτσι όπως έπαιξε και η κόλληση.
Στο river. Άμα το έχει, αστά.
Not flush draw. Now chip leaders hit the queen. Might want to bet this, try and get some value against a gut shot and an up flush draw. Are we going to see a raise?
Όχι, το ξεκόλληρε, πως γλιτώνει εδώ.
14-15.
Hit his jack on the end, value to call. And Andre picks up a pot. Next hand already dealt. I like a 5-4 suited, four-handed. Let's see if Maxi likes it as well. It's under the gun. Gonna probably get respect if he does raise. I'll get respect for mid-ace. So it's a good hand to raise with. And win two ways. You can hit or you can represent. And 9-6 offsuit. May not fancy calling. Nope. So he gets it through. Takes all sorts of hands poker. I love low suited connectors. You know where you are when the flop comes. You know you either hit massive or you've missed. Ace jack now for a small blind. We know how he plays. If he's got a hand, he gets his chips in. Simple but effective poker. Fairly ABC as we call it. And the bad shape queen jack against ace jack. But he hits his queen. I think this Albanian is hitting cards at the right time. C-bet for 550. Top pair for his opposition, Maxi Sinani. How's he going to play it? Okay. Selecting to call, disguising his top pair somewhat. See a bet of about 1.2. Just trying to work out the amount. 0.2, 1 point. I think it's less. Just 900. But I don't think we're going to get a call. Yep, well played. He's on the rise. Maxi started in 5th place in chips and quite a lot less than 4th. And to be in this top 4. Very, very lucky earlier with a push with King 10 called by Steve Queens, and he spiked. Has played pretty well.
Sedmička 900. 4 kola.
Neither player's hit, but we know that Yakovos doesn't like leaving chips in the middle. He's up against the chip leader though with a pair. He decides to fold. Good play by Yakovos in seat 7.
Osmička 800. Zápas. 4 kola. 7 kola.
Nice flop for 10-5 suited. King 10 has missed with a gut shot.
Sedmička 400.
Now betting on the turn. Small bet. Will Nikolaos see this or call with his gut shot draw? It's only a small bet. I can see a call. Yep. And now he really needs to hit. He's not hit a diamond, but he's hit his 5.
Sedmička 1,2 milióna.
And that's enough to take it down.
I'm a big fan of short. I'm a big fan.
Zápas. 4, 1,1.
Please.
Sedmička 3,6. Pri konci.
Two ace kings here.
Άμα την πάρει ένα σου και του διώξει τον άλλον 10.000, εντάξει. Yes, yes, four.
Push with one. Pretty sure we're going to see a call. All four suits to play though. Two each.
Σε σακάω τίποτα. Άσο λίγα. Σε σακάω
Very unlucky if someone loses this pot to a flush. We'll need to see four of a suit to make a flush.
Which one is full? Floor?
Εγώ μου φαίνεται έχεις προσπαθιάσει.
Καλά, κάτσε να το τρέξει και το
That's why I left it in front of me. Το σπαστί είχα.
Δεν άνοιξε.
Λοιπόν, άμα πέσει sack out, δεν έχει, εντάξει.
Rainbow flop. No one is sucking out.
Ό,τι πιάσω μια μπύρα ρε.
Τι να έκανα.
Ναι ρε, μα γιατί εγώ τι θα τα βάλω light. Σούπα και άμα τη ρίξει, τι δεν έχει γίνει, τι. Δεν φοβηθήκατε τίποτα λέω άλλο, να βάλαμε light τα βάλα και εγώ. Έχω τα πολύ light. Τι. Εντάξει, α, ναι. Εντάξει, τώρα δεν είναι. Γι' αυτό βγάλαμε 10.000 στο σακάου.
Sorry.
Λέω μην είχε άσο, δεν ξέρω.
Queen Jack suited in the small blind. It's a good enough hand to be raising with. Takes it down. Ναι. Όχι, δεν θα θέλω να δω τέλος.
Σου λες πόσα έχεις πάνω από 25.
Ναι, μήπως να δούμε νούμερα. Ναι.
Κοντά, εγώ δεν είμαι πολύ κοντά.
Έχεις ρε φίλε, 10, 12
Εγώ
μήνες.
πάνω στα 24.
Εμείς έχουμε τα ίδια. Εμείς έχουμε τα ίδια.
Κάπου εκεί. Παραπάνω.
Big hand here. brewing kings against ace 10 suited.
Το ίδιο, έτσι.
I think we've got the wrong player. Oh, kings against queens. Oh, we didn't see his hand. So Greek action. Kings with 11 million. Nikolaus covers the kings with 14 million, so he will get some change if he doesn't spike a queen. Pretty unlucky for Wei to come up against a bigger hand. He'll be left with 3 million. Oh no! Looks like Nicholas, who covers. We've had another suck out. We've had a few of these on this final table, and looks like we're going to lose Yakovos once the count is done. And it's a fair comment. He's saying, "Well, what can I do?" I mean, no player's going to be folding queens four-handed, and I think Yakovos is going to get the bad news that he is finished in 4th position. But 27,500 euros will. Oh, he's still got chips. So in fact, the graphics must have been wrong. It must have been Nikolai with the 11 million and Yakovos with the 14 million. So big turnaround there. We now have a new chip leader in seat 8.
$10 million. 10 εκατομμύρια. 10 ακόμα κάτι, συγγνώμη. 10 ακόμα.
Πάμε ρε Τζέι.
Τάκλινα αυτή, ρε. Ήμουνα 50 εκατομμύρια, ρε. Θέλεις να σου πω, παρότι έγινε αυτό. Τώρα δεν μπορώ να κάνω. Τηλέχω μόνο τα παραπάνω. Τώρα έφυγα πολύ. Έφυγα τώρα. Δεν κάνω. Δεν πειράζει, εντάξει, να είσαι. Μα γι' αυτό στο πω. Μα εγώ γι' αυτό σου είπα, ρε, εγώ είχα πολύ φίλο, εγώ γι' αυτό σου είπα πάνω το γιοντήλ, άμα ήξερα ότι δεν είχα φίλο, δεν σου το λέω. Πολύ. Μένα μου πήρε 17, 16.
Glass with a pair of sixes, raising under the gun. This time, all in with ace. Oh, we're going to see an all in with the ace queen as well, I think.
Άσο εγώ και αυτός. Άσο ντάμα.
Ace queen against kings. He hasn't got 13 million. So the graphics are going a little bit strange here. I'm pretty sure that we've got 12 million against a much shorter stack of. Only an ace now. Jakobos is in fourth place. Well played. Very unlucky there with the kings against queens. So I'm pretty sure he did not have 13 million, but
5.5,
Καλύπτει.
10.
maybe I'm wrong. Oh, the graphics are wrong on the other hand. Then, because if he had 11 million against 14, or 14 against 11, he should only have 3 million. But anyway. And he is indeed covered. And we are down to 3 players here at the Euro Poker Championships. 3 out of 15, 12. A Greek, a Czech, and an Albanian. Nice mix of nationalities, all vying for the 81,000 first place, 53.8 for second, and 37.6 for third. All guaranteed 37,000. If they did a deal now, then would be about 170,000 to discuss, with 20,000 left for the winner. Oh, he has a chip and a chair. So they have very, very similar stacks, around the 13 million mark. Very similar stacks. This is an interesting spot for Nikolaus. He should not be raising here because he needs to get someone out, but he does raise. And if he ends up doubling up the short stack, Jakobos, the all-in at-risk player, then it's going to be a bad play. And he's winning at the moment. Aces playing. Only a 10 or a 7. Diamond no good. He's getting up though to get the coat. And we finally lose our 4th place finisher. Got a smile on his face, and considering he got very, very unlucky with the kings against the queens, he's done well. Right, we're now down to 3 players. Bit premature there earlier.
Big blind.
You want ACM? You want? All right. Oh, that's it.
I think Nicholas was suggesting an ICM deal. We've got a raise into an ace-king. Maxi, good timing here with an ace-king against an aggressive player. We'll re-raise. I think Andre knows that he is doing this with a proper hand. He's not the kind of player to play back at him. He's not. If it was him, yes, he might well play back, but without cards. But I think he knows that Maxi is not that kind of player. Nor is Nicholas, for that matter. Fairly even, really. 22 million, 23 million, and chip leader Nicholas with 30 million. Not a lot in it. 43 to 59 big blinds.
Πήρα τα λεφτά της R4. Είναι 27 στις 10. Δεν θα πάω να 70 σίγουρα. Είναι 10 κατάλαβες.
Race.
4 миллиона 25 тысяч. 4К.
Мухром.
Interesting hand brewing here. Ace 8 against ace 5. Three-handed, any ace is fairly strong. Nicholas decides not to raise though. Both slow playing this a little bit. Split pot possibilities here with the 2-2 and the 7. Ace 8 bets. Andre and called. Ace 8. And still playing. And now we have a split pot. Should be called here. Two pairs with an ace kicker. Fairly standard call. A raise would be more interesting against Andre. Oh wow, okay. I don't know what he's put him on. Interesting. Raised by Andre with the ace 5. Looks like Maxi's making the call. It's out of position though to an aggressive player. Sit bottom pair with a backdoor flush. Certainly be betting this. Doesn't like checking. Actually calling with a gut shot draw, 8-6 to the 9-5. Needs to see a 7. It's a very good card for flush draw. Only a 7 and not the 7 of spades would be good for Maxi. Although the 8 and the 6 would win him the pot, but I don't know whether he'd actually end up winning it
Okay, so I will
against a player as strong as Andre.
Paczek.
It's a bit suspicious, Andre, and he's got the backup of the nut flush draw, and there it is. He's hoping now that Maxi's hit something. Maxi gonna miss time a bet here.
Yes, I will use someone else's account, not mine account. I can use whatever account I want.
It certainly is. And Andre absolutely hoping that Maxi makes this play. Wow, those reds going up. Now Andre just needs to take his time here, and he will. He's got the nuts. Going to put a raise in, and Maxi will Hollywood a bit that he has a difficult decision,
13 miliona.
but
13 miliona.
we know he hasn't. Hollywood agents are going to be on the phone with this performance, pretending he has a very, very difficult position. Maybe that he has a jack or a flush, a smaller flush. Made a good attempt though. One of the only ways of beating a player like Andre is to fight back, just very, very badly timed against the relative nuts. Technically, there was a straight flush out there for those that want to be pedantic, but three-handed, that was a virtual nuts. I'm gonna call it that.
Osem pas. 2 pas. Dwa pas. 4 raise, 1,700,000. 1.7. Osem pas.
Δύο. Αλλά σκατά.
Cztery pas.
Green 9 for Niklaus on the small blind makes up the. So it raises to 1.1 million, takes it down. A6 has spiked to 6 on the flop against Ace Jack. Good time for Andre to be running well. He's taken out one player already. Increased his stack. And the Jack comes in. So Nicholas now winning this pot. Gonna bet for value? No. Too worried about the straights and the flushes, which is perfectly reasonable. That does take down the pot.
Jake, θα μου δώσεις το πρώτο κινητό, γιατί να λογαριασμό. Όχι, λέω, μήπως θες. Όχι, δεν έχουμε τηλέφωνο. Όχι, όχι.
Raising with the threes. A6 calling. It's a fairly fair race. 50. That's a good flop for A6 really, because there's lots of counterfeit opportunities. Threes a long way from Jack and 10. So quite a few ways of winning this. And that's one of them. May not bet it, may just choose to check. Oh. Yeah, not going anywhere, quite right. Well played. Reducing the bet there. And takes down another pot. He is on the way up for sure. Done really well so far. There's our prize. 37.6 for third, 53.8 for second, and an amazing 81,000 euros for first place. Doesn't look like a deal's going to be made by these guys, but you just don't know. Things change as stacks change. Very connected, dangerous board. 8, 9, 10, 2 diamonds. Neither player with much, but an up and down for our Albanian player, Mr. Sinani, and he fancies to see another card. King 6 still winning. $16 million now. Maxi up from 5 million to start the day with. Andre lost a lot earlier, but has clawed his way back to a very strong 25 million. Did start the day with 28 million, but lost a few crucial pots, plus gave away quite a lot with some speculative calls. Lots of hero calling. Didn't really work out for him. Is the river going to hit Maxi? No, it isn't. Wrong end. Can he take it down with a bet? He may well be able to. Representing the jack or a queen. Very hard for a king to call here. Wow, great play. Picks up a big pot with that as well. 6 million in the pot when he bet that. Fantastic.
Τα ίδια μας.
Three-two of Niklas now moving ahead of the 9-5. Blinds 250, 500. We're going to see some big swings. Both around 50 big blinds. Good betting there, taking it down. Very pretty 10-8 suited on the button. Queen 8 peeling. Nope, Queen 8 folding. Jack 5 peeling. Well, random hands. I don't think it's 20%, 80%, but okay, there is on this flop. There is that came up before the flop. So on a 10-8-7, yeah, with two pairs, and unfortunately, he's hit his jack and may feel that he's ahead. Although of course a straight's there as well. We get the bad news. Nicholas's 2 pairs take that down. Another decent pot of 6.5 million. These chips moving around the table at the moment.
Στο φλό πόντα ρε. Κάνε κόλλο βάλε 5.
Όχι, στο φλόπ δεν πόντα. Γιατί είχε και ένταρες κάτω. Έτσι, με ένα 9 ήταν στρωμένη. Možeš se trošku doleva posunuti? Koje kamere?
Doleva.
To je moja. Dori. Dva pasa.
Small blind just calling with a queen jack rather than raising. Slightly disguised hand. Although he has missed, both players have missed. Check, check. Gut shot draw for Niklas. Neither player with a flush draw and a 7 on the end will give him confidence to bet. And Andre folds before his chips are in.
20. Μου λέω θα κάνω 20.
Από εκεί πέρα.
30. Δέκα, 20, 30.
We're just waiting now for 2 big hands to meet up. Quite hard in 3-handed play. 6-4 has hit this flop against the 9-3, both hearts. And Andre in position. We'll bet it. Nothing to fight back with. Lots of Greek background noise. Nice up and down here for Niklas with the Jack-9. He's ahead anyway of the 5-2. Not going to be going too far. Jack-9 still winning. We know Andre is the more aggressive of the two. He's decided to give up. The only way Andre's got of winning this is to bet. And he does and takes it down. Yeah, we've got two fairly big hands. Ace Queen suited against King Jack suited. Is Nicholas going to re-raise? Yes, he is. This could be a big pot. This could be a decider. 3 bets, 2.9 million. I think he's just calling, yeah. Okay, he's in position. Slightly disguising his hand. Wow, what a flop for the King Jack of Diamonds. He has hit the absolute juice. What a flop for Andre. And Nicholas is betting. This is the way, just call it. Do not show the strength of your hand. Big hand for Andre there, striking the second knots on the flop and getting paid. Fantastic hand for him there.
Πήγαινε για κέντα με τον Άσο.
Both players have hit this flop. One more than the other though. Second pair and a gut shot. Only third pair for Andre, and he's given it up already. Sensible play. Looks like we're going into a break, guys. I may well discuss a deal in this break, and I will bring anything back to you.
300,000, 600,000. Good luck.
Can I use this? No, right?
Może osmička ísť na sedmičku? Jest super. Rejs 1-3. 4 kola.
Oli?
7,5.
How much?
Welcome back, everyone. Big all in here with the ace queen suited. Getting a count, but I can't see king 3 or queen 10 calling.
21,600,000.
Ah.
Nice play there. Strong play with a strong hand, which is what he's done all day. Hasn't really veered away from that strategy. And takes down 2-3 million flop. Very good. Players now need to adjust to three-handed. Hands like ace-9, ace-10, much stronger than they would be normally. Even calling with hands like queen-6. That's a perfectly valid play, but the king has hit. Let's see if very simple bet and fold. Remind you of the pay jumps. So third place finish will be 37.6, but there's a really big pay jump to second, up to 53.8. That is 17,000 euro jump. So none of these three want to finish third, basically. Call with the king 2. 9-3. Checks his option. And our Albanian player seems to be hitting a lot of flops, Maxi. Now hit 2 pairs. That's 3.5 million on the end. With 2 pairs.
Jig high, I call. Maybe I call.
I think he's giving a bit too much information away there. Telling everyone how light he calls, which has been true. He has called very light on this final table. I don't think he's called correctly once. Probably made about 5 incorrect and very light calls. It's the other side of being aggressive. But not worked for him very well on this final table. Although he is, I think he's still our chip leader. And it's quite close really between the three. This time it's Maxi with a premium hand pre-flop on the button. Right hand, right position. Here he comes. Blinds are 3-6. There's 1.5 million in. So I think a 1.5, 1.6. Is he going to get any action from Nicholas, who plays his big hands pretty strong? Just a call, got a suited king. And there's the king 6, 2 pairs hit. Fantastic hand for Nicholas. Can slow play this and hope that Maxi c-bets his ace queen. This will tell me a lot about the player. Is aggression going to rule sensible play? Nicholas has been raising these kind of hands as opposed to milking. Let's see what he does here. Oh, he's raising again. I don't think he's learnt how to trap a player in his poker experience so far. Got a call though. King 6 massive on this board. All in, putting maximum pressure on Maxi, but he really hasn't got a hand to call with. If he had queens or aces, he'd be pretty unlucky. But we'll do a bit of Hollywood and then fold. That's a lovely pickup of about 12 million there for Niklaus. Maxi now on the downward slide, having been up the whole tournament. Each player got very clear poker personalities. Andre, the aggressor, taking the risks, making the plays. Niklaus hitting hard with his big hands, never disguising them. And Maxi, a bit of both. Plays his hands tough, but can disguise. So interesting mix of three players left on this final stage of the Euro Poker Championship here at Banco Casino. In a lively chat forum, there's still quite a few players left. Sorry, viewers, over 200 of you. So, who's your favourite? Who do you want to win? I know there's a couple of you very linked to certain players, mainly because of nationality, I'm sure. But really could be quite close this. I could not call it. I don't know who's going to win. I think a lot of it will be about cards dealt and actions from there as opposed to how a player plays. They've all shown strengths and a couple of weaknesses. I like that immediate all in with the ace-8. Knows how strong that is three-handed. I think Andre really showing the poker nous on this table. The other two not too subtle in how they play. Whereas Andre has a lot more weapons in his armory from what I've seen so far. With a new comment on the stream from Canada, Ontario, Canada. Marios says, good luck everyone and much love. They are so nice, the Canadians. Quite a few of them currently over in Dublin at the Irish Open. One of my friends, Raff, friend of the Irish Open, he's been promoting it mercilessly the last 3 months. Has been bringing quite a few Canadian poker friends with him. So welcome, Marios. But we've already got a big hand brewing. We've got a pair of sevens in the small blind. Niklaus raising. And a pretty solid king 9. I don't think he's going to be folding this in the big blind. All in with the king 9. Now, sevens should be calling here. Got 27 million. It's a big hand, three-handed. Any pair really should be calling under ICM, thinking. It's up against two overcards. Could be dented, but he's got twice the stack. I hope for poker's sake, he calls. Not doing very well controlling those stacks, but that's a different problem. Should not be folding sevens here. Yep. He called. Nice call, Niklaus. Even if you lose it, it's the right call. King 9 against sevens. Well, he had king 10 against queens earlier and spiked the king on the flop. He's been pretty lucky with these all-ins where he has pushed first. Always adds another 5-10%. 7-4-3 is probably all over. Set of sevens. Yep, here we go. Drawing dead. So third place.
Φίλε, εσύ τώρα είσαστε περίπου στα ίδια. Για κοίτα πόσο είναι. Θες να κάνεις ένα μέτρημα να ρωτήσεις.
Δεν θέλει, δεν θέλει.
Δεν θέλει, τελείωσε. Κάμισε το να τελειώσει.
We are now heads up. 2 prizes left, both pretty impressive. 53,800 for second and 81,320. Don't know if there is going to be a deal discussed. So far, Andre has resisted the deals. I think he will feel he's the stronger player of the two and can read Niklaus, but we will find out.
60, 60 and 10 for the... No? Huh? 60,000, 60 and 10,000 for the... No, huh? Okay.
Heads up, so it means that we're going to cut too long of the levels to halt, so we're going to put on next level 25 minutes long levels. 25 level outputu celého voltu to necháme dohrať a ďalší level 25.
To asi není ani návrh, že?
Áno.
Για τα level. 25 minutes.
Máš hodně řízení, že?
25 λεπτά τα level. Ναι, τι νόημα. Yes, yes.
Click. Let's play. 25 is good.
Very good, very good.
300,000, 600,000 blackjack.
Dáme 15.
Welcome back to the heads-up part of this final Euro Poker Championship. I understand no deal has been made, so we are playing a proper heads-up tournament. Fairly even with chips, although I think Klaus has moved ahead slightly. Excuse me.
Oh.
Heads up, a very different type of poker to even a short-handed table. Often favouring the aggressor, and we know that that is definitely in Andre's court. Niklaus, so far, has not disguised his stronger hands and has played them pretty much face up, which is going to make life a lot easier for Andre. He'll be raising, and then folding when he needs to. Small raise with the 5-3 suited. Andre calls with an 8. Oh, he raises, sorry, and takes that down. Thank you. Raise with the 7-6. I think that's a trick missed with a pair of threes heads up, pretty strong. Up and down now for Andre. Pair for Niklaus. Niklaus still winning with his threes, but he won't feel too confident depending on how Andre bets this. Decides to check with the draw. And it seems that any bet he makes wins the pot because Niklaus doesn't spend any time thinking about the bets. Just folds when he sees bigger cards and bets or raises when he has bigger cards, which is going to make life pretty easy for Andre in this heads up. I think that's the reason why Andre didn't want to do a deal. He does feel he has an edge against this player, and I think he's right. Now, he may end up losing through circumstances or two big hands or whatever it might be, but in the main, he will win most of the kind of pots when no one has anything. No, we'll see. Maybe Nicholas has another gear in him that we haven't seen so far.
Пусти сервис. Сервис je už je tady. Pivo, prosím. Dík.
Two decent hands, heads up, ace-9 suited against queen-10, raised to 1.6 and a call. The queen-10 has hit. So far, Andre's aggression has taken most of the pots. Now putting a big bet in. Very big. Wrapping the king. Is Andre gonna play this? Almost a pot-sized bet. Really big bet. He's going to take a third bullet if he's able to take this down, unless he hits a magic ace. And Nicholas not going anywhere now with 3 10s. Nice pot there.
Λίγα 10. Λίγα 10 trips στο river.
Τρίψ έκανε. Πήρε πόνταρα.
Πόνταρα εγώ και έκανε call.
Έκανε call. Ο άλλος έδειξε.
Όχι.
Και μαλακία, για μαλακία. Άμε ρε. Τρία επί να ανοίγεις τώρα, όχι δύο.
It's not a good flop for a raising hand, but he's calling Andre's lead. Andre now moves into the lead with a 3 and a gut shot draw for Niklaus. And he's calling it. Now 2 pairs for Andre's, knows he's ahead. Doesn't want to overbet this though. Okay. I think he has overbet it. Niklaus with absolutely nothing has to fold. Raise and a call, king 9 playing 10-7. There's the 9 and there's the 7. They both hit this flop. Not helped either player particularly. And Niklas increases his lead. Now 47 million against 28 million.
Ναι, ναι, ναι.
Gut shot draw bets. Ace 10 calls, 2 high cards. Good turn for an ace.
How?
9.
I think there's a bet which takes it down. That's an example of Andre's aggression winning the day, and Niklas not spending quite enough time thinking about what his opposition may have. Queen 2, the 2 hitting.
2.5.
3 spades on board, and no one has spades. But the aggressor takes down the pot again. Andre nicking lots of pots through. Just good, positive, aggressive play.
Ναι, εντάξει, δεν έχω κάτι πολύ σπουδαίο. Τρικό, σε άκουσα.
This time Nicholas with a premium ace-9. Just checking behind. He's hit his ace, and Andre's hit his queen. Looking to trap here.
Check. 3-bet million.
Andre's antenna will be up a bit. Ace takes it down. Good attempt by Andre, but when Nicholas has a hand, he does defend.
Λίγο προσοχή.
Αυτό που σου είπα όμως κάτω, για τον δοκιμάζεις, αν σου ανεβάσει εκεί, φεύγει.
This time, Andre checking his winning hand and takes down the pot. Another pot to our Czech friend. Definitely the more aggressive of the two during this heads-up session. Big difference in prizes. 53.8 thousand euros and 81 for first. So nearly 20,000 difference. 18,000 difference between.
Τώρα δεν ήταν να ανοίξει αυτός νομίζω.
Εσύ έπρεπε να ανοίξεις. Τότε άνοιξε τα και τα δύο, μην κάνεις τέτοια. Αλλιώς περίμενε να το ανοίξει, μην ανοίξεις ένα και τέτοια. Κι αν η σειρά σου άνοιγε τα και τα δύο κατευθείαν. Άνοιγε τα και τα δύο.
All in. Τώρα, all in.
Τι έχει να μάθω.
Άσο κάτι, ξέρω εγώ.
Οχτώ ρίγα, 9 ρίγα. Θα το δεις μετά.
Check 600. Pas.
Μετά από αυτό γίνεται 25 λεπτά.
Ναι, το γράφω.
For 1, 3, 24.
All in.
All in for. Σωρά.
Τι έχεις,
Δεκάρια.
και αυτός.
Άσο ρίγα.
Μπροστά είμαστε. Γιατί. Έλα, παιδί μου, να μην βγει ποτέ. Δεκάρι να βγάλει. Περιγραφή.
Τι να έκανα.
Καλά έκανε, μαλάκας εδώ. Εδώ παίξαμε αυτό το φιλό. Τι θες για να παίξεις.
Τίποτα.
Μπροστά είμαστε. Κάτα γερά. Τι είχε τίποτα.
6, 9, 8, 1, 7 θέλω για να το κλειδώσω.
Κράτα. Κράτα.
5,
Αμπερί.
Κλείδος το.
Co chodí na river? Ace on the river.
Δύο. Κράτα, δύο.
Nice.
Yes. Άιντε. Έλα, αγόρι μου, τελείωσε. Ανοιχτούμε.
δεν ξέρω.
Για μέτρα. Έλα εδώ. Έλα.
Maybe.
Μπράβο.
30.
Στόπα. Στόπα.
Jo, to je všechno.
Ό,τι σου είπα, είδες. Δεν ήθελες πριν, δεν ήθελα να κάνεις. Όλα καλά, Νικόλα. Καλυπτής.
Καλύπτω. It's covered.
Yes.
Okay, yes, ναι.
Δείξεις. Λοιπόν, τώρα όλα καλά. Εντάξει, θα πάρει αυτό το τσίπ, εντάξει. Έλα σου. Άστο, κάτι έξτρα δεν κάνει. Δεν έχεις θέμα.
To dáma.
Εντάξει. Δεν είδες.